Let me love you down. There's so many ways to love you. Maybe I can break you down. There's so many ways to love ya. Got me like, oh my God, I'm so in love. I found you finally. You make me wanna say, oh, 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 oh my God. Fell in love with Shawty when I seen her on the dance floor. She was dancing sexy, pop, pop, poppin', dropping low. Never ever has a lady hit me on the first sight. This was something special. This was just like dynamite. Honey got a booty like pow, pow, pow. Honey got some boobies like wow, oh wow. Girl, you know I'm loving your style. Checking you out like, oh, she got it all. Sexy from my head to toe. And I want it all and all and all. Baby, let me love you down. There's so many ways to love you. Baby, I can break you down. There's so many ways to love ya. Got me like, oh my gosh, I'm so in love. I found you finally. You make me wanna say, oh, 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 oh my gosh. You make me wanna say, you make me wanna say, oh, 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 go so hard for honey. Out of all the girls up in the club, this one got me whipped just off for one look. If I fell in love, this one's something special. This one just like dynamite. Oh, 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 oh. Out of sight and fell in love with honey like my, oh my. Honey looking wonderful, fly, so fly. Honey like a supermodel, my, oh my. Baby, how you do that make a grown man cry? Oh, baby, you got it all. Sexy from my head to toe. And I want it all and all and all. So honey, let me love you down. There's so many ways to love you. Baby, I can break it down. There's so many ways to love you. Got me like, oh my gosh, I'm so in love. I found you finally. You make me wanna say, oh, 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 oh my gosh. Conversation got heavy. She had me feeling like she's ready to blow. Oh, watch out! Oh, Well, let's go. And I gotta keep it real now. Cause on the one to ten, she's a certified 20. But that just ain't me. Hey, cause I don't know. If I take that chance, she swears it's gonna leave. But what I do is the way she dances. Shawty, alright with me. The way she dances. I'm like, yeah, just work that out for me. She asked for one more dance. And I'm like, yeah, how the hell am I supposed to leave? And I said, yeah. Shawty got down, said, come and get me. I got so caught up, I got you on me. Every my girl, you be the best for me. Next thing I knew, she was all up for me, screaming.
Watch out, my outfit's ridiculous. In the club looking so conspicuous. And wow, these women all on the prowl. If you hold the head steady, I'ma melt the cow. And forget about game, I'ma spit the truth. I won't stop till I get them in their birthday suit. So give me the rhythm and it'll be off with their clothes. Then bend over to the front and touch your toes. I left the jag and I took the rolls. If they ain't cutting, then I put them on foot patrol. How you like me now when my pinky's valued over 300,000? Let's drink, you the one to please. Ludacris fill cups like double D. Me and Earth once more when we leave them dead. We want a lady in the street, but a freak in the bed that say, rewind it back. Lil John got the beat to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Ursula got the voice to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Ludacris got the flow to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Lil John got the beat to make your booty go.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. It is Wednesday, April 29th, 2015, about 10 after 6 in the morning. I want to welcome my very special co-host, Ms. Pearl Walker. Good morning.
Good morning, Kerry.
Well, all right, and happy Wednesday.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah. So we usually kick off the day talking about anything that is happening out there in the world. And I have to say that, in watching the news and all of the recent news coverage regarding the things that are happening around the country and folks in the street, like out in Baltimore, there's some great stories that are kind of emerging. I don't know whether you saw the video or not of the one where it is with the lady kind of beating her son back home and saying that she saw him out in the protest with a hoodie on and just carrying on in the street, and she went up to him and kind of literally almost dragged him back to her house.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was just amazing. Really, what did you think?
I don't know why it was. I guess because I'm a parent of a teenage son, but it was kind of humorous.
Yeah.
But it was my son. I asked him if he thought I would do something like that, and he said yes.
Well, listen, we're gonna be talking about this throughout the show. We're gonna officially welcome all of you guys to the Hair Radio Morning Show. Today is show number 82. So we've been just moving along en route to 100. We are just marching along, 100 and beyond, I should say. And today's no exception. We have some wonderful recent interviews that we will be talking about. We're also going to ask you to, this is a great time to see what's in the Hair Radio newspaper. So certainly go to www.hairradionewspaper.com. And as always, Hair Radio spelled with one R. And take a look at some of the recent stories. We will be talking about this throughout the morning, but particularly at 7. And we'll focus on that and see what else we have going on in the world. We'll see what other music we have. And plus, we have some great updates. We've been doing a lot of talking in recent times, Pearl, about Hair Nation, which is the Hair Nation Expo that's coming up in February. We just want to remind everybody. I think it's important to do. It's going to be, I was just thinking, it's going to be more than just a typical hair show. We have assembled the experts that we call the legends at our recent hair event that we do, our recent live shows. And so we've got the experts in, we've got the legends, we've got performances, we've got competitions, and some surprises in store. So this is not your usual hair show. You know, we decided to say this is not your mom's hair show, your grandmother's hair show. This is something very different, I guess they should say. So it's going to be exciting, is the whole point. And we'll be talking more about it. But the website is www.hairnationexpo, 3 words, hairnationexpo.com. So check it out. And we'll be talking about that. If you're a vendor or if you'd like to be a sponsor, we can assist you. So reach out to us. And we'll tell you how to do all of that as we keep moving along. Okay, so today we will be talking about some of those current hot topic buttons. And we've got real life hot button issues these days. So we will be able to talk about some of those things as we kind of move along this morning. But I'm also happy to get some of the recent hair talk on. You guys, some of you have written in and you've missed certain interviews. You may have missed the beginning or the end or whatever, and you'd like us to kind of get them back on, and we're happy to do so. We've got some great music of recent times from some of our recent guests, and we're going to have a really special Wednesday. It is Hump Day, and you've made it to half the week. That's something to celebrate. Am I right, Pearl?
Yes, Wednesday is something to celebrate.
Okay. So we're going to keep things moving along. We'll take our music break as we normally do this time. We'll be right back on the other side of that, and we're going to get the show started. All right. So happy Wednesday, everybody, and let's just move it along. All right. Stay with us.
Enough weeks away and I'll be here. Baby, when you're in town, why don't you come around? Boy, I'll be the loyalty you need. You can trust me. Boy.
You're listening to the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. I'm Kerry Hines. Now today we have a very special guest with us. Her name is Dr. Nazgul Ganush. Now she is a research analyst at the Sentencing Project, where she synthesizes research on criminal justice policies and crime. And Dr. Ganush, I want to welcome you to the Hair Radio Broadcast Network.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Now, I want to start by telling everybody that you created this wonderful report called Race and Punishment, Racial Perceptions of Crime and Support for Punitive Policies. Would you be able to tell us a little bit about that and also let us know what the Sentencing Project is?
Sure, I would love to. So the Sentencing Project is a national nonprofit organization that's been engaged in research and advocacy on criminal justice issues for over 25 years. Mark Maurer is our executive director, and so a lot of folks might know of his work and his name from the work that he's done on these issues. And the work that I did here on this report called Race and Punishment, it's a play on the famous title Crime and Punishment, and the idea that we have that punishment is related to crime. And what we try to show in this report is that race actually plays a really big part in determining punishment. And what's important is a lot of people have shown that race, of course, someone's race contributes a lot to whether or not they're arrested, what kind of sentence they get. We know about all of this, and I cover a lot of this research. I provide an overview of this research in the report. But what's interesting that I show here is that people's racial associations of crime, specifically the fact that a lot of white Americans, and I cite a lot of research supporting this, the fact that a lot of white Americans associate crime with blacks and Latinos means that they're more punitive. They support more punitive policies. And this actually affects punishment for everybody. It disproportionately leads to punishment for people of color, but it also makes it so that we have a really harsh criminal justice system for everybody that's processed in the system.
Why do you think that's the case?
So that's a good question. So there's two parts to it. So one part is, why is it that whites have this strong association of crime with people of color? So there are some surveys, for example, that ask people, well, what proportion of specific crimes, burglaries and other kinds of violent crime or other kinds of property crime do you associate with African Americans? What percentage do you associate with Latinos? And when researchers do these surveys, they find that whites overestimate the actual crime rate for people of color when they compare their estimates to arrest rates. So it's about 20 or 30% more of violent crime that they attribute, that they think is committed by people of color than is actually committed by people of color. So why does that happen? Well, first there's the fact that when you look especially at the most serious crimes, there is a disproportionate amount of crime that's committed by blacks and Latinos compared to the share of the population that they comprise. And this has to do with inequalities and injustices that extend to beyond our criminal justice system. So when you look at urban poverty and all the difficulties of living in those conditions, it's disproportionately people of color that live in those settings, and it's those kinds of life conditions that lead to some of the most serious kinds of violent crime. But even despite that, whites overestimate how much crime is committed by blacks and Latinos.
Yes. I was just going to say, why? I feel like I totally, accept your research, and this is very, very interesting. But do you think that some of that overestimation has to do with the media, and I'm sure that you've quite covered this as well in your research. But what role, if any, let me just ask it that way, has the media played in adding to this and exacerbating this issue? What role, if any, has the media played?
A really crucial role. So, what I mentioned was the most serious violent crimes. But then when you get to, for example, drug crimes, research shows that whites and people of color consume drugs at similar rates. We also know that people generally buy drugs from people of the same race and ethnicity as them. And so that would mean that if we were fairly enforcing and prosecuting and sentencing drug crimes, you would not have the majority of people in prison serving time for drug offenses. The majority of them should be white, but that's not the case right now. Their majority are people of color. And when people are asked, well, how much drug crime do you think is committed by people of color, they think it's a disproportionate amount that it actually is. And so a lot of that has to do with media representations, not just for drug crimes, but especially for violent crimes and property crimes. And so when researchers look at, for example, homicides that are reported in specific jurisdictions, like let's say in Cleveland, Ohio, one study looked at when you look at the newspaper, or other researchers have looked at TV coverage of crime, or they found that a disproportionate amount of the crime that's reported is committed by people of color relative to the actual crime in that area. But in addition to that, it's not just the crime, the race, there's not just a disparity in the race of the suspect, there's also a big disparity in the race of the victim that's presented. So overwhelmingly, crimes that are reported on are crimes that are committed by people of color against whites, even though these are a very minority and extreme unusual set of crimes. Most crime that happens by people, are committed by people of one race against others of the same race as them. But there's something gets skewed, something gets transformed as you go from actual crime rates to what's reported in the media, and this gives people an exaggerated sense of black criminality and Hispanic criminality, and an exaggerated sense of the likelihood of white victimization.
Not to mention becoming desensitized and all of that. This is quite amazing. It really is. Well, first of all, if you just joined us, I'm Kerry Hines, and with us today is Dr. Nazgul Ganoush. Now, she is a research analyst at the Sentencing Project, where she's done an extraordinary amount of research. Now, the report that we're talking about today is, the name of it is Race and Punishment, Racial Perceptions of Crime and Support for Punitive Policies. Now, as we mentioned, it's been covered extensively in the New York Times. And now with Mr. Mark Maurer, you've also written Fewer Prisoners, Less Crime, A Tale of Three States, and Can We Wait 88 Years to End Mass Incarceration? And now you also edit the Sentencing Project's monthly Race and Justice newsletter. So I want to kind of, let's talk a little bit, Dr. Kanish, about how did you get involved with all of this? How did, what was it that triggered, this is something that, that I must get involved with?
That's a good question. So before coming to the Sentencing Project, I was a graduate student at UCLA in a PhD program in sociology, and in trying to determine what to do, what kind of research to engage in for my dissertation, I wanted to focus on a topic that affected low-income people of color living in urban areas. And so I was trying to think about, what would be a relevant topic, and it became glaringly obvious to me that one of the major issues that this population faces is incarceration. And so what I did for my project there was that I wanted to highlight the work that people who were impacted by incarceration were doing to challenge these policies. Because I had the sense at the time, and I think this is still true, that if you read about these issues, you get a really good sense of all of the problems and all of the causes of the problems that we have in the criminal justice system. And note there that I emphasize problems with the criminal justice system, which are above and beyond problems that we have with crime, because a lot of the problems do not stem from crime. A lot of the excessive punishment that we have to do with criminal justice policy, not with crime rates. And so I wanted to document how people that were affected by these policies were reacting to show that there isn't just this mass victimization, but people are actually, working to challenge these policies and reform them. And so I documented the work of a group there, and when I was done with that research, I wanted to continue to work on these issues, and so that's how I ended up at the Sentencing Project. And so this is the first big solo-authored report that I've done since I've been here.
Now, how has this report been received, in your opinion?
Oh, I was nervous about the kinds of reception that it would get, but it's actually been overwhelmingly positive. So Charles Blow wrote about it in his column in the New York Times. David Cole wrote about it in the New Yorker, and these are both really influential thinkers, and gave their endorsement for the arguments that I make in the report. And what the report really tries to do is to tie together these very broad strands of research on criminal justice issues and on public opinion and on crime. And one of the major points that it's been able to make is that racial perceptions of crime, that are the focus of the report, are a major reason why white Americans are more punitive than people of color, even though they experience less crime. So it's not the case that the people that are the strongest advocates for a harsh criminal justice system are the ones who are most likely to be affected by crime. They're not, because people who are most affected by crime, people who are seeing some of the devastating consequences of drug addiction, are the ones who are most likely to advocate prevention and treatment rather than punishment as a solution for these problems. And so this has received a really, it's really kind of confirmed what a lot of people have suspected, and given them the tools that they need to make these arguments more strongly themselves.
Absolutely. I think for me, just looking at the perception where it just seems that when we watch television, and just to kind of, a sidebar for, all of your wonderful, wonderful research in this wonderful topic, but along the same line, when we look at television, it just doesn't seem that it's really representative of what's really happening in the world. You don't see, you just see an overwhelmingly high number of folks who are not of color, on television and in the media. and it just boggles the mind. It just, we just can't seem to, move the needle, forward in terms of the media views on race and television perception. It seems like we're stuck back, 40 years ago where television is. And I think it has a whole, I think of all of the influencers, I think the media and the effects of the television and so forth, I think that has had the most, has done the greatest amount of damage, and caused the necessity for your report.
Yeah, I think you're very right. I mean, what I highlight in the report is how news coverage of crime is skewed and biased. I also mentioned briefly that drama, dramatic series that cover crime issues really have contributed to making people very concerned about crime and believing that there's a really high crime rate and really focused on crime issues, even when we have periods of falling crime rates. But what you're suggesting also is that it's important to think about the underrepresentation of people of color in other areas of television that can counter these stereotypes. And I think that's a great point.
Well, first of all, thank you, and I'd like to tell everyone how they can get their hands on this wonderful report of yours on the Race and Punishment Report. How can they find that report?
They can find it by going to our website, www.sentencingproject.org. So it's available there. They can also just Google the title, Race and Punishment, and that should pull it up for them.
Wonderful. And also, if they are looking to find out more about the Sentencing Project in general.
Yeah, so they could find out through the website, and they're also interested in kind of keeping up with the new work that we're doing. They can follow us on Twitter. So our Twitter handle is @sentencingproj. And then my own Twitter handle, if they'd like to follow me, is @NAZGOLG.
Now, I want to take a moment to talk and get your advice on this recent spate of what appears to be police brutality, or at least it seems like an uptick in our community. What is your take on, say, Ferguson?
So when I first, when I started writing this report, I thought a lot about how a lot of what I'm focusing on here is the sort of broad impact of these racial perceptions of crime, and that the broad impact is what we see going on in our criminal justice system. The expansive size of it, the fact that we have a higher incarceration rate than any of our peer countries by a magnitude of 5 or 10 times. The fact that we have such a disproportionate number of people of color in prison, 58% blacks and Latinos, compared to them comprising 30% of the general population. So that's sort of the widespread consequence of racial perceptions of crime and other factors as well. But a more narrow and more tragic and more acute consequence is when we hear about these instances where, we don't know yet exactly what's happened with Michael Brown, but there's very suspicious circumstances. And it echoes a lot of other cases like Renisha McBride's, like Trayvon Martin's, Oscar Grant, so many other people that we could name, where even going back to Rodney King or further, people are treated brutally. They're killed by police officers or even by just regular citizens when they're unarmed, when they're not posing a threat. And what's driving that? And that has, I think that echoes the same ideas of what's in the report. What's driving that is a misconception of the level of risk that someone's facing because the person that's confronting them is African American. So it skews their risk assessment of the situation and leads them to shoot, to kill. And this is, like you said, the causes of this are to the extent that they're coming from the media, it's just so widespread. It's so instilled in our psyches, and it will take so much time and effort to address it and to root it out. But what I try to show in the report is that there's a lot of room for optimism, because a lot of the people that are making decisions based on these kinds of skewed perspectives are people that are not overtly racist. Right? They would say that, especially within our criminal justice system, the judges, the prosecutors, our lawmakers, they don't explicitly endorse racial inequality. Right? We're not living in Jim Crow era, but what we're living in instead is in an era where most people support and endorse racial equality, but often because of the way that their biases unconsciously influence their work, they end up producing biased outcomes. So they end up treating whites more fairly than blacks. They end up assuming that whites are probably, if they're in the criminal justice system, probably they made a mistake that got them here. So let's give them a second chance. But whereas if they see a similarly situated black defendant, they're more likely to think, oh, this person, probably going to keep committing crime, right? Let's keep them locked up. So,
exactly.
So the optimism here is that by being really explicit and talking about these issues and not just trusting that, well, I'm not a racist, so I'm sure everything is okay, but actually looking at, well, that's great that you want to not treat people unfairly, but let's actually look at the work that you're doing as a policymaker. Let's actually look at the work that you're doing as a criminal justice professional, and then, even far beyond this, in whatever line of work that you're doing, actually looking at, well, do whites and blacks and Latinos and others that are coming to you, are they actually getting treated fairly? And not just because of your individual discretion, but what about your organizational policy? Are there rules in place that lead to people of color being discriminated against and having a worse shot than whites who come into your organization? So these are the kinds of questions that we try to pose, and at the end of the report we describe within the criminal justice system a number of interventions that have been used in different jurisdictions where people who realize, okay, well, we can't just trust that things are working out fairly because there's a lot of evidence that they're not, but let's look specifically at what we're doing and try to identify the causes of the problem so that we can, unroot it.
Okay. And what can we do, in your opinion, as just the regular, everyday folks out here who are combating these types of issues, this big issue? Any advice for those of us who are, completely affected by this?
I think that it's great to first do what you're doing right now, talk about it, get educated, help educate people that you know about these issues. And what this report tries to do is to provide everyone with the tools necessary to make these arguments and show that this isn't just a hunch. So one poll that I describe in the report mentions that it asks people, do you think blacks and whites are treated fairly in the criminal justice system? And the majority of African Americans say, no, we don't think African Americans get a fair shake. And only 25% of whites said that they don't think African Americans are treated unfairly. So there's a real misconception here among whites where they think that the system is fair, and yet it's definitive. The system is not treating people fairly. And so there needs to be a lot of education to realize, this isn't about blame. This is just about assessing what problems are and trying to address them. So part of it is education. And then another part of it is supporting policies that are trying to scale down the criminal justice system and eliminate the unwarranted racial disparities in the justice system. So at the federal level, there's the Smarter Sentencing Act that's trying to reduce sentence lengths for federal prisoners. There are, if you come visit our website and sign up and let us know what state you're in, we'll notify you of campaigns going on in your state. Where either to scale back criminal justice sanctions or to reduce disparities, and you can help to become active on those things.
And let's share with everyone that website again.
Sure, it's www.sentencingproject.org.
Okay. Well, listen, I want to thank you, Dr. Ganesh, for being with us. I mean, this is a wonderful report again. Let me just make sure everybody is aware. It's called Race and Punishment, Racial Perceptions of Crime, and Support for Punitive Policies. We want to make sure that everybody is aware. And I really would encourage everyone to read this, regardless of your background. This is something that just a remarkable understanding of why we kind of are where we are here in America and what can be done about it. So, Dr. Ganesh, absolutely outstanding. Any final thoughts?
Let's see. My final thought, I guess, is to keep in mind this cause for optimism, that we're in a situation where it seems like lack of information and lack of education is the problem, rather than a lack of commitment to values that we all endorse.
Well, on that note, I want to thank you again for being with us today on the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. I'm Kerry Hines. Dr. Ganesh, thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us to take a quick look at this, and we'll have you back and really delve into some of the other wonderful aspects of your report. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Doesn't cry.
Hines from the Hair Radio Morning Show. And what I love about Paris Hair and Beauty Supplies is that they have products created by entrepreneurs from around the world. Products by the community in support of the community. It's Paris Hair and Beauty Supplies. Now, you can also have direct conversations about natural hair, health, and wellness, and so much more at Paris Hair and Beauty Supplies. Now, they are the only beauty supply store where you can get African DNA testing right in the store. And if you're nearby, they will actually come to you. So it's Paris Hair and Beauty Supplies. Now, their address is 1566 Edgewood Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey. Please visit them. You can reach them on the phone at 609-218-5883. Again, Paris Hair and Beauty Supplies.
You don't need another product line. You need a regimen. Regimen is a system for professionals sold to consumers based on the science of healthy hair and the beauty of simplicity. There are no relaxers or hair colors in our line because we're in the business of rebuilding, repairing, and restoring hair and the people that use our products. We have 27 years of expertise and passion, so success is our foundation. Hair care style plus maintenance equals the regiment. Contact us at b3regiment.com.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. We're back live. It is Tuesday morning, April 29th, 2000. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Wednesday morning. I think I missed the day, Bro Walker. April 29th, 2014. We're so happy to have you guys with us. It is Hump Day, so that should just be a constant reminder for me. But I'm just happy to get everybody back to kind of be moving the week along a little bit and bring everybody up to date on who's going to be on the show and some of the things that are happening around here at Hair Radio. And we'll also take a look at the Hair Radio newspaper. So wanted to first kind of just let's just go over who's going to be on the show this week. I think that's a good place to start.
Okay.
Tomorrow's, yeah. Well, now we've got, I mean, this is really a great lineup, even for the remainder of the week. We have TV star Marlo Hampton, who will be with us on tomorrow's broadcast. So you guys know her from, she's a big star in the world of reality, and she was on I Dream of Nene and The Real Housewives of Atlanta. Now, Marlo's been on our show with us before, and she'll be a regular celebrity contributor to the Hair Radio Morning Show on fashion and things of that nature. So we're so happy to have her. And she'll be kicking off her debut with us on a regular basis starting on tomorrow's broadcast. So we're real happy. Marlo Hampton coming up on tomorrow's show. And Marlo has a great fashion line. So it is really like, I shouldn't say fashion line, but so much interest in fashion. And she just has a flair and a style that is just, you know, and it's only matched in beauty by how beautiful, obviously, that she is physically, but also the fact that she just has such a warm personality that just jumps out at you. You really can't, you know, say much more than that. It really does. So just exciting. So we're real happy to have her with us. And then also coming up on Friday's show, we've got some, I don't want to say new, but they are definitely reaching out and folks who are, it's a wonderful new group, a band that's right from Brooklyn, New York. And I'm so excited. They're from Bed-Stuy, and the gentleman, Craig, you'll get a chance to meet him on Friday's show. And it just, he's worked with Notorious B.I.G. and so many other folks out there. And what he does for the community and getting them introduced into music and getting the kids scholarships, working towards scholarships, you know, based on the music that he's taught them, music careers, is just amazing. So we're really, really, really super duper excited. I can't wait, and I can't wait to introduce him to all of you guys. Plus, he'll be at our Big Hair Nation event. They've already guaranteed us they'll be performing at Hair Nation Expo, so we're real excited. So lots of things to kind of go over and to talk about. But, Pearl, I thought this would be a great time to remind everybody. First, let me see if I can get our little theme music going. Let's see.
Okay.
You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. All right. I think this is a great start. All right. So there you go, Miss Pearl. There you go. So I want to kind of talk about some of the things that are happening in the news world, these days. We have not taken a moment to acknowledge these folks of Nepal who have really, they're showing their strength in persevering after, such a debilitating earthquake that hit Nepal. And it's just amazing to me. It really is. I've been to that part of the, to that region. Nepal, first of all, is located right between China and India. And so you have just extraordinary folks. And to have suffered and, that kind of, just suffering so much and just still persevering and going through it. We just send our prayers and hopes and all of that to them out there. But now on to more of the Hair Radio Morning Show. We've got some great interviews lined up. Folks are still asking Pearl about the Hair Radio Award.
Okay.
And so I wanted to kind of give folks a little bit of an update on the Hair Radio Award. There's still plenty of time for you guys to vote out there for the Hair Radio Awards and your favorites. And you can do so. Usually, we have the lineup of who the folks are, the ballot, available at hairradio.com. So that's really cool and exciting. And it's just a great thing. And we're going to be airing some of those recent interviews with everybody. As you guys have always asked us, you always ask, can you get this one on? Can you get that one on? Oh, I love this one. I love that one. Even just last night, I was talking with a good friend of ours and a friend of the show. She's like, oh, I just love the interview with Dr. Hines. They always tell us about their favorite ones that they hear on the show and which one they want to hear again or they missed this part of it. So we do, I play a lot of their, recent interviews because we get fans' requests. And I want to thank you guys out there for gravitating towards all of this. It means a whole bunch to us and liking the music and all of that. And again, if you want to communicate with us, again, you want to use the hashtag HairRadio20. That'll keep the conversation going. You could do that on Facebook or Twitter. And we've got a lot of wonderful things to come. So a lot of new updates. We'll also have some new and wonderful voices to join me and Pearl on the air with you guys each day. And some of our regular folks will be back. So we got Dr. Hines will be making a return. Dr. Freeman will be making a return. These are a lot of folks who are, we're just scheduling them and working out all the, the best dates and times to bring them to you guys. And, of course, you guys heard Cynthia Williamson, who came back to the show yesterday with our bridal contributor, and we just have a lot of folks, and we're just marching on. So lots of great stuff to come. So in just a couple minutes, Pearl, we're going to break down hairradionewspaper.com.
Sounds great.
Okay. So we want you guys to stay with us. We've got some wonderful things that we will be chatting about in just a bit. And we'll take a little bit of a music break with this, and then we'll be back to go through what's in the Hair Radio newspaper this morning. Stay with us, everybody.
Welcome to the showcase. We have renowned artist, hairstylist, and author Kerry Hines on our show, talking about natural hair, hair radio, and how to make money in hair. So we want everyone to sit back, relax, and write down any questions you have. So we're going to go through with Mr. Kerry Hines.
Well, thank you, Rashid. It is very nice to be with you guys today. We have a lot of wonderful information to share, and I think particularly for everybody, the general population, you don't have to be a professional hairstylist to appreciate some of the information that we'll get into.
Okay. Well, first question we have here is, let us know about the Hair Radio Broadcast Network.
Sure. Well, the Hair Radio Broadcast Network was kind of born out of necessity to share real hair and beauty information to a wider audience. We started with just the hair radio show back in 1995 on regular broadcasts, what they call terrestrial radio, like you turn your AM, FM radio. Okay. So we started with just a regular broadcast once a week called the Hair Radio Show, in which we had several stylists who were kind of all put together to share information with an audience about hair care. Okay. And that's how it all started. And then in 2006, I decided, with the boon of the internet, I decided to go ahead and create a 24-hour network in which others could share their own information, as well as for hair radio, we could do have a platform for ourselves as well.
So why do that? What made you get the idea to create this network?
Well, there's always been a need for proper hair care information to be disseminated. It's just something that we will never have too much knowledge. And there's just such a thirst for it. When I started the show 20 years ago to our current times, there's still a great need for a good understanding about how to care for your hair.
Okay. Now, what are some of the basics you kind of touch on your show?
Sure. The benefit of the Hair Radio Show, not just the network, but our own broadcast that I host on the network, the show speaks to, like I said, hair care, but not just hair care. We also give a lot of information. We play music. We also interview some of the celebrities we've had on our show that
recognizable names who've done our show from television and other areas. But just to get back to what you're saying, the nature of hair being so, hair takes on so many different meanings to so many different people, and for our community, it's critical that we, present the entire spectrum of hair and hair care. So it's important that we present, the entire spectrum, which represents a whole lot. So that's the nature of that.
Why switch from producer to host? Why make that move?
Well, I started off being, as you said, the producer of the hair radio show, and I felt, the hosts that we had were doing a great job. I had the 4 hairstylists who would, pretty much take over hold the reins down in terms of hosting the hair radio show when we started. And it was never really my desire to get behind the mic or in front of the camera for that much. I really just enjoyed being a producer and kind of pulling all the elements of the broadcast together. But then it got to be a logistical issue in terms of trying to get everybody together and coordinating all of that with 4 different hairstylists each broadcast. So, it became a challenge to do so. And I said, well, you know what? I have an interest. And instead of us kind of going top heavy on the information, so to speak, maybe I can present a perspective like a novice, a person who would be listening. I'm not a hairstylist at all. I'm aware of hair and being in and around these folks for 20 years. Maybe I can ask the questions like someone who would be listening to the program. And that's what I decided to do, and that seemed to work out rather well.
Okay. Can you run down a few of the highlights of your shows over the years?
Oh, that's a very good question. I was just thinking about that the other day. I've done so much, and I've helped a lot of hairstylists to launch their careers through the Hair Radio Broadcast Network and through our shows and during my working and doing the promotions and so forth. But I think one of the big highlights for me, or several, has been able to interview artists, whether in television or music, who share their own, celebrity with our listening base, our fans of the Hair Radio show. That was great. And being able to do live events that reach the heart of folks who are so thirsty for hair knowledge and be able to present those folks with the top talent in the hair and beauty world.
Now, what are some of the differences between the old show and the new show?
Well, let's see. I tried to hold on to what the core audience, what our fans have appreciated. And that's just getting the best folks that you can find to share the best information that they could share. And that remains true from the old show. That's the one constant, from the old show to the new show. And that's, again, trying to be the best that you can be and pulling the folks together. And other than that, these days, other than, when I started in 95, there was no real internet or anything like that. And certainly our hair friends were not on the internet at that point, or I don't even think it was around then. But in 2006, when we launched the 24-hour internet show and radio network, that was really the time where the industry kind of, would support something like this, and we knew that they would.
Okay. Let people know where you broadcasting and how they can see or hear your show.
Sure. Well, for us, you want to go to hairradio.com, and that's spelled HAIRADIO.com, and that's like hair on your head and radio that you listen to, Hair Radio. And the name of the business is the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. And all of our information is on our website at hairradio.com, plus we have a blog that you can get to from the website homepage, as well as information about our live events and the book and everything that we do at Hair Radio.
Okay. Now, you have a very interesting logo How did you come up with that particular logo?
Well, I'd like to take credit for that, but I cannot. I didn't actually create the logo. I had this company, and I also talk about this in How to Get Rich in the Hair Business book, but I sought someone who I felt could, a graphic artist that I felt could, share what their perception of hair radio meant to them, or what they thought it meant to me and to our fans. And they came up with a graphic. Actually, they came up with several graphics, and of the 3 graphics, I think it was, that they came up with, this was the one graphic that, to me, said it best. And I think that it still does. I think when you look at this particular graphic, you get to see a beautiful woman that you can't really make out the face to see because she doesn't really have a nationality. And that was done purposely because it's a hair radio, and what we broadcast to, even though it was inspired by women of color, the logo speaks to everyone, to every woman. And then on top of that, you have a great, you look at the logo, and it tells you everything that you need to know about hair radio just in looking at the logo itself.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a brief message, go with our video of the day, and then we come back. We'd like to hear more about your book, and just a rundown on how that works.
Great.
Okay? So, here we go. All right, we're back. And we're here with Kerry Hines once again about how to get rich in the hair business. So let's know about this book here.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. This book was much more than just a labor of love to help those who are trying to increase the bottom line in the hair and beauty business. I realized, of course, along the way in 20 years of being in this business, that there were a lot of hairstylists and barbers who were, and folks with small businesses who were really desperate and dying for information about how to do better in the hair and beauty world. There's been so much with the economy. Well, that's had an effect, too, on the hair and beauty world. And so I felt that with my special gifts of being able to do promotion and to help with marketing, that I could put the information that I've gained into a book that would really make a difference in the lives of, in the working world of a person who is a hairstylist or barber. And that's how this whole book came about.
Okay, now how can we purchase this book?
Well, sure, you can go to hairradio.com, which is my website store, and you can purchase the book from there, or you can go to amazon.com and just type in my name, Kerry Hines, or How to Get Rich, and the book will come up, and you can purchase right off Amazon. Or if you're for the folks all the way in Europe, the book is available at amazon.co.uk.
Okay. So what really, what about this book? What did it take to put that together?
Sure. And I'm glad you asked, because being a writer, I also now, through Hair Radio, am so thrilled that not just did I write this wonderful book that helps hairstylists and barbers with marketing tips, and so much more information is in this great book, but also the fact that we produce books and write books for others. And even though primarily I focus on the hair and beauty industry, I've decided to open up the reins a little bit, and for anyone who contacts us at hairradio.com or by reaching out to us, you can contact us, and we'll be able to provide some information to you, whether it's through consultation or through other means. But that's how pretty much the book came about.
Okay, so just once again, the studio audience knows how to contact you, if you have an email, whatever.
Absolutely. I'm always available. If you grab a pen, through hairradio.com, and again, it's hairradio.com, or you could just call us. It's a toll-free number, 1-800-526-2610, And you can choose extension number 2. And, of course, like I said, we're available through pretty much like about 15 different social media platforms. And you can always find us on Facebook or through Twitter. My handle at Twitter is at Hair Radio, and that's the @ sign, of course, HAIRADIO.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hines. We appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule.
My pleasure.
To come and express your knowledge of hair and with the general people.
Absolutely. And I want to make sure that your fans pick up this great book.
Yes, most definitely. Once again, Kerry Hines, Hair Radio Network.
Oh, yeah. I want to take it back just like this.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. It is Wednesday morning, April 29th, 2014. Again, we're on show number 82. And we've been talking in the news about so many wonderful and different things. There is a lot of good that's also coming and going on in the world, and we wanted to kind of talk about that a little bit as well. I want to bring your attention to the Hair Radio newspaper. And again, if you're just joining us, the Hair Radio newspaper, you can access. It's an electronic newspaper that's sent out daily, really 7 days a week. Some Mondays they do skip, but generally it's available Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And it's really, and Sunday, by the way, it's really great because it covers all of the things that are happening in our world over the internet. They kind of pull all the stories. And this particular Hair Radio newspaper today has a lot of good stories in it. So we want to direct your attention there. If you'd like to retrieve it, you can. It's free. You can subscribe to it, in which you just enter your email, and they'll send it to you. And the website is www.hairradionewspaper.com. Well, did you have a chance to retrieve the newspaper, Pearl?
Yes, and it's excellent and interesting as usual.
Okay. And what did you happen to see? What
well, in the business section, there's an article about job opportunities, the top job opportunities for the graduating class of 2015. I think this is good information because people want to know, where the jobs are, who's hiring. And it says here there's some good news for the graduating class of 2015. According to a new report by the National Association of Colleges and Employers, companies plan to hire 9.6% more new graduates from the class of 2015 for their U.S. operations, more so than they did last year. So they list the different industries and areas where the opportunities are: accounting services, software publishing, investment banking and securities, public relations firms, engineering services, hospitals, and it also lists the salaries too. So, of course, that's important. People want to know how much a job pays. A lot of times you interview for something, and they say it's not proper to ask what it pays, but with this listing here, it also gives the average starting salaries. So I thought that was something good for our graduates who are about to enter the workforce this spring and summer.
Absolutely, and very good point. And again, Pro's looking at the Hair Radio newspaper. Again, you can access it by going to www.hairradionewspaper.com. And it's spelled generally with not generally, it's spelled, Hair Radio is spelled with one R. So it's HAIRADIO.com. And they've got, today I love the stories. They've really assembled quite a bit in the newspaper today. So please take a moment to check it out. They talk about everything, including the Baltimore riots. And that's on the front first page. And just a whole bunch of wonderful things. Harvard School, you don't really get a better assembly that's built around things that are important to our community. So, do check it out. You'll be very pleased. And like I always say, I can barely make it through one of these newspapers. There's so much information in there, and it's really terrific information. So let me just put it that way. So you won't be sorry if you take a look. We have categories such as headlines, arts and entertainment, business, leisure, education, what's happening in the world, technology, and all kinds of wonderful articles. So please take a look. And also wanted to take a moment to talk about what's happening on Friday night. At 9 o'clock, I'll be interviewed on Tina Hobson's show. I think the name of her show is I Am Superwoman, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the name of her show. And Tina Hobson is just fantastic. You have to check her out. And this will be a great time if you have not done so already. Friday night at 9 o'clock, it'll be live. So I'll be on her show. I will post all the information on Facebook across our social media and at hairradio.com. So you'll be able to find it very quickly and easily. So that's Friday night at 9. And then at 10 o'clock on Jerry Royce Live, they'll be rebroadcasting Friday morning show of the Hair Radio Morning Show. So the Friday edition of the Hair Radio Morning Show will play again on that night at 10 o'clock. So we're going to have you to kind of stay with us and keep it live right here. So it should be a lot of fun. So we're really excited.
So yet another opportunity to check the show out in a different time period. That'll be great.
Absolutely. So we're going to, we've got a whole bunch of stuff to go. We're so excited. We really are. I mean, you can't get any better than that, Pearl. Tina, just to be on her show and to be able to be inspiring. And if it's, if I can help anyone, kind of navigate their way through business with what we're doing, and then it's all worth it. It's all worth it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And then at 10 o'clock on Friday night, our new syndicated partner, Jerry Royce Live, positivepower21.org. We're so excited to be part of what they're doing. And he has a live streaming radio network that runs on Friday night. So we're real happy to be rebroadcasting the Hair Radio Morning Show on Friday. So Friday night, you'll hear Friday Morning Show on Jerry's network. So we're real happy about that. So that's at 10 o'clock, coming up 10 o'clock Eastern Time on Friday night. And Friday at 9 is Tina Hobson's interview. So we're all over the internet this weekend.
I know, 3 times in one day. That's super.
Yeah. So we're definitely reaching a lot of folks. So we're going to have you guys to kind of stay with us. And there's a whole lot of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back. Stay with us, everybody.
What goes around, comes back around. Hey, my baby. What goes around, comes back around. Hey, my baby. Say what goes around, comes back around. Hey, my baby. What goes around, comes back around. There was a time I thought that you did everything right. No lies, no wrong. Boy, I must have been out of my mind. So when I think of the time that I almost loved you, you showed your ass and I saw the real you. Thank God to blow it. Thank God I dodged the bullet. I'm so over you, so baby, good looking now. I wanted you bad. I'm so through with that. 'Cause honestly, you turned out to be the thing I never. You turned out to be the thing I never. And I'm gonna always be the thing you never. Oh, you got to be you right now. I'm sad. You're hurt. Oh, did you expect me to care? You don't deserve my tears. I guess that's why they ain't there. The things that there was a time that I almost loved you. You showed your ass, and baby, yes, I saw the real you. Thank God to blow it. Thank God I dodged the bullet. I'm so over you, baby, good looking out. I wanted you bad. I'm so through with that. 'Cause honestly, you turned out to be the thing I never. You turned out to be the thing I never. And I'll never be the thing you never. Oh, baby, I got to be you right now. I know you want me back. It's time to face the fact that I'm the one that got away. Lord knows that it will take another place, another time, another world, another life. Thank God I found the good in goodbye. You know I'm just so bad, so through with that. 'Cause honestly, you turned out to be the thing I never. Oh, you turned out to be the thing I never. And I will always be the thing you never. Oh, the thing you never. You know I'm just so bad, so through with that. 'Cause honestly, you turned out to be the thing I never. Oh, you turned out to be the thing I never. Oh, I will never be the thing you never. Oh, baby, I bet it's got to be you right
You're listening to the Hair Radio Show. I'm Kerry Hines. Now we have a very special guest with us today from the world of TV and film and the stage, Mr. Antonio Vargas. welcome to the radio show.
Thanks. Thank you. It's good to be here with you.
Yes, what a pleasure to have such a legendary performer. Well, listen, Antonio, yes, we're excited. Now, I want to go back. Let's go back a little bit. Let's start. Now, where are you from? I've heard some different stories. I said, let me just ask you, where exactly? Where are you from? Tell our listeners.
Well, my folks are from the Caribbean, basically. My dad was born in Puerto Rico, is Puerto Rican, and my mom is Trinidad Grenadian, and she was born in Cuba because her father went there as an engineer to work on sugar mills, and so she was born there. I had another aunt born in Panama. But my parents met in New York, and I was born in the Bronx in 1946, and ended up being one of 11 children, and here I am at age 14. I found theater, or theater found me, or artists found me. I was a young man who felt different, and I didn't know why. There was a strange interest in everything that I saw, and it sort of nurtured me, and until I found my mom saw an ad in the newspaper from the Amsterdam News up in Harlem.
Oh, in the Amsterdam newspaper? Wow. Wow. Okay.
They're looking for casting a film called The Cool World. And it was sort of a documentary type film that was like West Side Story set in Harlem about two gangs and one guy who was a reluctant leader of a gang, and how he found himself in a situation. And I played one of just the young men who was part of the scene at the time. I was up for one of the lead roles in the film, but because I was just an innocent 13-year-old, 14, I think it was 14, 14-year-old, and but I did have ability because I could read well. I was able to interpret the script a little bit, and I gained an interest in the producers interested in me playing one of the lead roles. But they took some test shots, and I ended up getting just some small, almost like extra work in the film. But that was what gave me the desire and the encouragement to think that I could do that, and I would be in a movie that would be in a theater, like those people that I went to see in the movies in the 50s, and the late 50s and the 60s. So
that was that motivation.
They found me, and they gave me, I found other people who felt the same way I felt, and they embraced me, raised me, and here we are talking about it 54 years later.
Yes. Well, I want to find out. So, okay, that's terrific. We understand when you kind of got started about 14, but how on earth did you make it from that point to Hollywood?
Well,
that's a big mystery. How did you do that?
It was sort of the renaissance for black theater in New York in the 60s, and I was able to, be one of the youngsters who was brought into that scene in Greenwich Village, and then also in Harlem. There were a lot of programs. One was HARU Act program, which federal money that Lyndon Baines Johnson designated for to keep the summers cool and give young African Americans and disadvantaged youth an opportunity to train in the arts and dance and theater. And so I was in on that after the Cool World, and then I went to see plays like the Blacks and some of the Mary Baraka plays while I was in high school, and I was cast in a play before I got out of high school. I was 17 years old. I was cast in a play called The Toilet by Mary Baraka, who was then known as Leroy Jones, who just passed away recently, a pioneer in theater and socialism. And while I was doing the play, I went and auditioned for a play by by James Baldwin, which was getting ready to tour Europe. It was playing on Broadway, and they were doing a European tour. and Claudia McNeil, the great dame of the theater, was playing the lead, who did the Roland Rain Hansberry's Raisin in the Sun, played the mother. And she was going to play, I got the juvenile lead in that, and I toured Europe. And my mother and dad didn't go to my graduation because I had to be opening in the play in Vienna, Austria. And we toured all over Europe and even somewhat into the Middle East because we played in Israel. Israel was just a young country at the time, and I bathed in the River Jordan on my 18th birthday, traveling with James Baldwin and the company and of artists that ended up at the Edinburgh Festival in Scotland, and some representatives of the Beatles manager, saw the play, heard about us, and brought us down to the West End. So I played on the West End in London when I was 18 years old, and then came back to the States and started studying, and eventually Robert Hooks, who was a very, very promising actor from Philadelphia, who joined Douglas Turner Ward and Lonnie Elder III, and they started the Negro Ensemble Company, and I was one of the youngsters. First he started a thing called the Group Theater Workshop, and I was one of the youngsters who was part of that. And then it turned into the Negro Ensemble Company, and I played with a few plays there. And eventually, I knew that I'd have to get to Los Angeles if I wanted to be in film. But in between that, I did a film called Putney Swope, and by Robert Downey Jr.'s father, Robert Downey Sr. He did that movie, and then I did Shaft, and
was Richard Roundtree.
With Richard Roundtree, and eventually, I did a film called Across 110th Street, and the guy who directed that film directed the pilot for Starsky and Hutch, and so I made my way out to L.A., and I was doing a play with Michael Schultz. We did a play that we did at the Negro Ensemble Company called Dream on Monkey Mountain with Roscoe Lee Brown. And so we did it in Los Angeles, and then I came back and I said, you know what, I think I really want to be in Los Angeles. So I moved out and
packed up and went west.
And then I heard that the director from Across 110th Street was doing a pilot for ABC for Aaron Spelling and Leonard Goldberg called Starsky and Hutch. And he wanted me to play this role of Huggy Bear. And then the rest is history, because I was cast in the film, in the TV pilot called Starsky and Hutch, and I played for 4 years and created seems like an iconic kind of character, one of the many characters that I was able to play through the years. And Huggy Bear
absolutely
was all over the world. It was syndicated in over 100 countries. So that was my journey to Los Angeles.
Well, I have to say, even if you're just looking at Starsky and Hutch, and it had two, African American co-stars, which even then, was unusual. And I look back, I said, wow, we're really not even hardly there now. And so like we've gone to the other direction. I want to talk to you about all of that. But, you had such, and the gentleman who I believe he's passed on, and he was in music and so forth, such a great actor as well. It was a very, very, very well done show, obviously. And it's still, I watch it myself here in New York still from time to time.
It's had a lot of
still
shows.
Comes on.
And it's been all over, again, syndicated all over the world. And I was doing a play in London, in England, and I had to take a taxi to the theater every night in this small town. And and inevitably, every one of the taxi drivers that took me was a different taxi driver. Never let me pay for the taxi ride because they just wanted to thank me for what I gave them as they were growing up watching Starsky and Hutch, because they had to do their homework, dip their bath, and be, because television was an event in London, in the UK, as well as in the States when they only had 3 networks. And so anything that was on television was really groundbreaking, and certainly Starsky and Hutch had those elements of which made young people wonder and made people intrigued by these characters who cared about each other, and each one was a survivor in its own right. And Huggy Bear was definitely a survivor. He used his ethnic wit and survival skills, because he had to survive in a hostile land of TV make believe city life. And I was when I grew up in New York, I had an opportunity to see the Huggy Bears of the world and see some of the characters that I eventually would end up playing in movies and television. So it was a great training ground for me, just growing up in New York in terms of character research and whatnot. And Huggy Bear was very, very dear to my heart.
Well, I want to ask you about the gentleman that you co-starred on this iconic show, Paul Michael Glaser and David Soul. What was it like? With Bernie Hamilton, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So what was it like working with these gentlemen? And I believe you've done some things with them, with Paul Michael Glaser and David Soul since, some appearances and so forth. But what was it like then on this hit show?
Well, we didn't know. You never know that something we're going to be talking about something 30-something years later. It was just a job, and and I was very, very blessed and lucky, and just to be working in the business and to realize that it's about the relationships that we created. We had a friendship and a bond that went beyond what you saw in the on the screen, and just like the football players and teams have relationships that go beyond what you see on Sunday. But and those were the things that were special. Those were two very guys who cared about carrying the weight of the show on their shoulders, because the show was called Starsky and Hutch, and Paul Michael Glaser and Soul carried that weight, and they brought their own special brand. They fought the fight every day, and Bernie and I joined them in that struggle for excellence, and to be able to portray our characters with dignity. And Huggy Bear was my responsibility to find the dignity of the character, and that was almost all of the characters that I played, again, because I represented the hood a lot in a lot of the roles that I played. So I had to find the spine and the dignity and the grace and the will to survive in these characters that I played. And certainly Huggy Bear was one of those, and it just melded very well because everybody knew their place. I never wanted to aspire to be the star of the show or the usurper or think about it. I just wanted to do the best I could with my lines when the camera pointed at me, and to help serve and to drive the story.
Well, exactly, and most often that was the most memorable, especially for me. You've had some great results. As you mentioned, Shaft and Car Wash, and my favorite, just myself, of course, know you from Starsky and Hutch and all of these wonderful things that you've done. But personally, I loved, this one scene in your movie career. And speaking of the movies, I'm going to get you sucker. That scene when you come out of, I believe, the police station or the prison or whatever, after having been locked away or whatever for years, and the styles kind of changed, and you kind of, touch your hat and look around, and then you step down those steps with those fish in your shoes. If I just even think about it, I crack up, I swear to you. I kid you not. It is just the funniest thing in the world to me. So,
about it in other interviews about how I was sitting in front of Eddie Murphy at the premiere of the film, and he said that was the funniest shit that he's ever seen. And that's from a guy who makes his living at doing that. So I took that as an honor, and it very well that the character of Fly Guy very well paralleled the character of Lindy. He talked about car wash, and that one scene where I say, I'm more man than you'll ever be and more woman than you'll ever get. And that, and then also coming out in those shoes, in the platform shoes, the gold for him, and him really believing that he was the thing. Still.
Yes, well, that look that you gave as you looked. Oh my, yes. Well, Antonio, I mean,
it's so funny that it's really tearful because it's the pathos of it. Sometimes you have to laugh to keep from crying, and those are the kind of characters that I really like to play.
Yes, well, it was just hilarious, and like I said, not only do I, but so many other folks, the first thing that they mention is that role. So, and you've done a whole lot. And for everybody and each generation, everybody that you've touched, there's a role or two that, just kind of really resonates with us. Well, folks out there, if you've just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Show. I'm Kerry Hines, and it's an honor to have with us today Mr. Antonio Vargas, who is just an extraordinary career. We really don't have to tell you. Just name a few roles or a few movies or a few TV shows, and of course, the laughter begins or the joy starts. I also have to say, we're going to get into quite a few things, but I also love the role that you did. Couple roles. Me personally first. I have to, and then I'll tell you what some of the fans of the Hair Radio Show mentioned. But I also love the role that you did on the Everybody Hates Chris show. I love that. I remember you were the store owner there where Chris worked.
Yeah. I mean,
and you played that role.
Yeah, the tribute that not only Chris Rock gave me, but people like Martin Lawrence and Will Smith also had me make appearances on their TV shows because they know whose shoulders they stand on, and they were very appreciative of what I did to help them, get to where they were going, and so that's what made that special, and to now be playing grandfathers and fatherly types that have gone through a full circle, and also one of the things that was special for me in my journey was playing Angie's father on All My Children.
I was just about to mention that. Yes.
So I mean, there were different milestones, and then also playing with Pam Grier and Foxy Brown. All these characters, just sometimes people ask me, well, what character do you really love the best? And it's very hard for me to do that because all these characters are like my children. They're all my children, and I can't pick one above the other. Each one is a special place in my heart. And, so it's been...
Well, speaking of all my children, that's a perfect segue. As you were just talking about, now, I really like the character. You played Angie's dad on All My Children. And what was that like? I forget. Yes, Debbie Morgan and your wife. Now, do you remember the person who played your wife on there, the actress? She was, just right. That's right. My goodness. Now, that was a fantastic part for you. Was it? I mean, it was great for us to watch, but how was it actually on the show? And you got a chance to interact with everybody.
I learned a lot, watching soap opera actors up close, watching the discipline that it took for them to be good on a consistent basis, and to realize
they were so hard.
I had a lot to learn, and I was really appreciated the time that I spent because, I mean, not everybody, who does soaps can probably walk into the Broadway stage or change disciplines. But the discipline of doing that, of taking you get a script and then you rehearse it in the morning and then you block it in the morning and then you do it live on camera, at the in the afternoon. That was very, very special. And then also playing with Donnell Williams and Debbie Morgan.
Exactly.
That was at the time of the height of, it was one of the heaviest and best watched storyline times with Angie and Jenny and
right. It was unusual because it had two leading African Americans in such a entangled love story. You just didn't see it at that time. You barely see it now.
And I was a part of keeping that, in that supportive area of being part of that nucleus of that. So it was just another milestone, another honor, that humbling that to be able to be a part of that scenario on all my children at that particular time. Just after I'd done Starsky and Hutch, and I decided to move back east to raise my children, and when I got there, I was cast as Les Baxter and all my children, and I did that for 2 years, off and on, until they decided to kill my character off, which was okay too.
Is that what happened? I never. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't see doing it for too long because I just had, a hunger to keep doing different things and trying different things and all that.
Wow. Now, so let's talk about the industry for just a moment as well. In terms of then and now, it seems like we're just talking, kind of alluding to the way some of the things were in terms of not having so many African American characters across the TV, across our TV sets. But when we look at television now, we see a lot of channels, but not necessarily a lot of folks of color. How do you feel about that, or is that how? Tell us how. What's your take on it?
I think we've seen more than. I just think that we've gotten a little bit not jaded or used to it, but as an African American artist, I saw that when I started, there were very few roles for men, and certainly very less roles for women. And as a success, and then the more channels and the more opportunities that became available, but not only was it more opportunities for African Americans, but there was a slot in a TV show. If they were going ethnic, it was filled by an African American, either male or female. But as progress happened, now you have to share that with the Asian, you have to share it with Hispanic, and you have to share it now with Asian, there's many variety. I mean, you have Chinese, and you have Korean, and you have, and now also India. Folks from India. But it's so the pie has been divided up. That ethnic slot has been divided up, which also keeps us in a small minority, particularly because the Hispanic one is really taking strength because of the buying power of the Hispanic community. And networks and channels also cater to what they feel people want to see. So it's difficult to say. We've made a lot of progress, but there's still a lot more to be done. And people have to realize that we're not just going to be given something. We have to be good at it. You have to study. You have to have a respect for the craft and all of that in order to compete. In order to say, if you do get an opportunity, that you do go and knock it out of the park. I mean, there was a time when the best money makers in the business, were Michael Jackson and Bill Cosby, and in almost every discipline. It goes across the sports entertainment as well. We've always had to excel and achieve, go even further. Now you have Samuel Jackson, you have Denzel Washington, you have a myriad of people that we can say, can represent us. And, have Will Smith. We have these folks. And still there's room for African American sisters to continually create opportunities where you're not just one and done. How do you get to the next job? We've been more lucky with the males, with African American men, but to have African American consistency, to know that you can inspire a young lady to say, this is something I want to do. It was very hard for me to tell people that this is something that, or young men, that this is something that you should do, because it was so tough. It's so tough because because you never know. Like Andy Warhol said, you might only have 15 minutes of fame. So you might get one hit record and not make it again. You might win American Idol and not maybe get that contract and go on. You might get Academy Award nomination, and then how do you what's the next script you're going to do? You're only as good as your last job sometimes. So it's a very you really have to want this. I think if somebody really, I'm talking to young people out there, if you really want this, hopefully you don't want it to become a star, because you'll be most likely disappointed. Someone's saying, only way I'm going to play the lottery is if I win it. Well, that's more than likely not going to happen, but you have to get the joy in being in the game. The joy is about the trying. It's about the journey, not the destination. So I say enjoy the ride and put your, do the footwork and leave the rest up to God, and you see and accept what happens. But if you do the best you can, that's all you can ask.
Well, that is the best advice. And again, folks, if you've just joined us out there, we are just talking with the legendary actor, Mr. Antonio Fargas, and we're thrilled to welcome him to the Hair Radio Show. Again, welcome, Antonio. Yes, absolutely. Now, I want to talk about your current project. Now, tell me a little bit about this. I did a little bit of research, but tell me about it. Now, it's called the New Jump Blues at Westside Jazz Fest.
The New Jump Blues. We played at the Westside Jazz Fest. We also played at the Playboy Jazz Festival this last June. And we're looking to, we're a new act. I've always wanted music in my life. I'm not a lyrical singer, so musicals were sort of off the table for me. But I found that I found a voice, and my partner who helped me help create the new Jump Blues found a voice in a way that we could satisfy our musical hunger, and as well as working with two wonderful singers, Ariel Watkins and Adrian Battle. And if you check out YouTube or Amazon, we have an album called The New Jump Blues. There's thenewjumpblues.com, as well as you can go on YouTube and see some of the videos of the performances that we've done. And I'm excited about the excitement that we create when we're on stage, because we look at each song as a play in itself, and then we string together a set that's dynamic, that has versatility, has fun, and has a slamming band that backs us up, the New Jump Blues Band, and some accomplished, very, very accomplished musicians who work all the time in Los Angeles, who are our group, and we're just looking forward to expressing ourselves and expressing the joy that we feel when we're on stage. And again, we have an album that's available on iTunes, and it's called The New Jump Blues, and we're just excited about I'm excited about being my character in the New Jump Blues is called Daddy Fargas.
Daddy Fargas.
Daddy Fargas. And I'm sort of like, some folks probably wouldn't know a singer named Louis Prima. Louis Prima and Keely Smith. It was a jazzy New Jump Blues guy, and there was a guy named Louis Jordan, and then, but more contemporary people will understand that my character is a little bit like Ike Turner in the background, and then, or like Flavor Flav, who's up front, who's just having fun. I don't carry the lyrical content of the band, but I do background vocals. I do a couple of leads on some songs, but the main thing is that Daddy Fargas is the driving force behind the New Jump Blues, and makes it happen. And my two wonderful singers deliver that like no other.
Now, how did developing or working in the music aspect, differ from all of the film and television work that you've done in the past?
Well, really, there's no difference. I always said that I love singers because each song that someone sings is like doing a play in itself, because you're telling a story. And so I think acting lends itself to storytelling, whether it's lyrically with musical notes or just words. There's a rhythm that goes with it. That's why I'm more of a poet. Almost say, in a sense, the early rap was built on what we do. It's just a matter of talking with style and with
like that flair,
with flavor and flair. And so it just was the right timing for me. I mean, after 30, 40, 50 something years to find a way that I could express myself and be on the stage and be looking out at venues like the Hollywood Bowl and the Playboy Jazz Festival and the dates that we've had already, and just to see people, because music always been a part of my life. I mean, it's a part of every character that I play. There's a character, I don't care if it's Fly Guy or Les Baxter or Lindy and Car Wash. There's a music that goes around. I have my own score that goes on in my head when I play these characters. There's also a color. Each character has a color. It has a music. It has a spiritual spine. All of those things combined is what's inside of every character. So, playing the role of Daddy Fargus in the New Jump Blues has been I'll just say it's a whole lot of fun.
Oh, it sounds like it. And you have some great folks like you were just naming, Adrienne Battle and Ariel Watkins. You mentioned those names earlier, so those are folks who are also in this wonderful, wonderful show. So we can tell everybody to go to the New Jump Blues. Was it thenewjumpblues.com to read about it and find out some other performances and so forth?
Yeah, we're also on Facebook with the New Jump Blues, again, and the newjumpblues.com, and then we also, again, the album can be heard on iTunes, and I guess that's also available through Amazon as well. But we're out there. We're out there. I'm proud of it, and getting ready to create new music. It's another music project that New Jump Blues is going to be involved in. It's a little bit too soon to talk about, but as soon as that gets,
will you let us know?
I certainly will.
Okay. Now I have to ask you, what else? What are you planning to do next? Like in a way of TV and film? Are you returning to the?
Right now, I'm currently. Well, I had a lot of fun on that new show with well, anyway, I forget that. But I mean, I've been doing guest appearances on TV shows over the years, and I right now I'm currently shooting a film called Beyond Skyline. It's a sci-fi movie. We shot some in Indonesia, and then we'll be completing our shooting in Los Angeles in February, and it'll probably take about a year before it hits the screens, because sometimes that's what it takes to get the film process and getting it done and getting it marketed and all of that. So look for Beyond Skyline in a year, and then I'm also teaching young people in the summertime. I work here in Las Vegas, my new hometown, and I work as a mentor and acting instructor and artistic director of the West Las Vegas Arts Center, and that's very rewarding. And also, there's so many singers here in Las Vegas that I'm also interested in. There's a project I'm working on about the life of Carmen McRae, which is a whole other side thing, and I'm more of directing that project and mentoring that project along with a fantastic singer who's the daughter of Carmen McRae. I won't say anything more about that. Yes.
All right. Well, we've got
So
we definitely got to hear more about that. Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, this sounds just fantastic, and we're just excited to, like I said, to have you part of what we're doing here at the Hair Radio Morning Show, and just to just support you in every which way we can. We're going to have folks to definitely look you up about the New Jump Blues and look out for some of your upcoming projects. And Antonio, just any advice that you could kind of like pass along? You mentioned about mentoring. What's advice that you share with them that you could share with us this morning that you tell these folks out there in terms of, starting or embarking their career in show business?
Well, I think my main thing is to take chances. And I remember when there wasn't anybody. There are some people, I can't say I didn't have any help or anything like that. But again, it's just being aware of the shoulders that you stand on and realizing, that it's important for you in your work to do the same kinds of things of reaching out and help someone. Reach one, teach one. That's my.
I like that.
And that was given to me by some people that I respect, and because there's nothing really new. I mean, I'm a creation of everything that I've been given, and so and when I give back, I try to. That's the symbol that I would like to leave people with, and to do this, and to love life. To love what you have, and don't be afraid to dream. But you have to do the work.
You got to do the work.
You have to do the work. It's a process. Life is a process, and to pay homage to the Creator who gave you the gift and the will to dream. So that's it.
Well, on that note, I think you've said it all. Antonio Fargas, I want to thank you again for being with us on the Hair Radio Morning Show. And we just want you to have continued success and keep bringing us those iconic characters. We love them, and we wish you all the best. Okay? Thank you again. All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. We are back live. It's about 8:14 in the morning on Wednesday, the 29th of April, 2015. I want to thank you for being with us as we move along in this hour. We've got some other great celebrity interviews coming up in just a bit, but I've had a request to get this one interview. Now, he's been nominated for a Hair Radio Award, an HRA, this next gentleman who you'll get to know very well. And as I said, I want to thank you so very much for sending us a message. We like hearing from you because we know which interviews you like and which folks you are appreciative of. Some of you have written in that you catch part of the interview and not the whole part, and you got the beginning, but you didn't get the end, and so forth and so on. So this particular request came in for Hair Radio nominee, and I think you'll really enjoy hearing it again. Listen, folks, keep it right here. We've got a lot more of the Hair Radio Show to go, and on tomorrow's broadcast, we do have reality TV star Marlo Hampton. So she'll be with us to talk about fashion and so many other things, and maybe we can get a few things out of her about what's happening and what's going on with her TV career as well. So this particular interview, folks, just stay with us. Let us know what you think on the other side. You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. Now, I have a very special guest with me today. He is an economist, a trained economist. His name is Dr. Leroy Hines. I want to take a moment to welcome you to the Hair Radio Morning Show, Dr. Hines.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kerry. I am really happy to be here. Actually, like I've been following this show for quite some time, and I know that my girls are going to be tuning in on this also.
Well, listen, I first of all, I'm so thrilled to have you with us, and in full disclosure, I have to let everybody out there know that you are, in fact, my brother. So we're going to just let this. Yeah. Well, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing.
Yeah,
and I've got a few.
Don't hold that against him.
Exactly, and I've got a few of your secrets to share too, and we'll pass along a few things towards the end of this great interview. But listen, I want to jump in and tell the folks a little bit about yourself first. Why don't we let you tell the folks you are a trained economist? What does that mean exactly? Is that someone who studies that subject in school that almost everybody kind of avoids, but in terms of dealing with economics? Tell the folks, what does that mean to be a trained economist?
Okay, to be a trained economist today. Matter of fact, before we went on air, I was teasing Kerry, and I was telling him that nowadays I can actually say I'm a trained economist because the economy is doing a lot better. For a while, we were all in hiding. But to be a trained economist is somebody who has studied economics and looked at certain sectors of the economy, all aspects of it. Although I'm a trained economist, I'm actually what you call an econometrician, a mathematical economist, whereby I apply my math skills or economics or math to economics in a way. But I don't only work in terms of looking at labor markets and looking at homes or the economy in general. I kind of like look at all aspects of the economy, in addition to also doing economic research, which is a whole different area. And most of that economic research is done in the area of the defense industry or either in other governmental industries like the DOE, Department of Energy, or Veterans, the Veterans Affairs Division, or even sometimes even in the Federal Reserve, looking at certain aspects of the government and applying economic analysis to it.
Wow. Now, I see that as you kind of alluded to at the top of the interview, where the economy has made a robust return. What can you tell us in layman's terms that, what can we say that, and what's happening in the way of the economy that's helping us to do better every day, for us everyday folks?
Well, I wouldn't exactly use the word robust. I would say the economy is doing a lot better. And this past Friday, I did not get the jobs report from the BLS, which is Bureau of Labor Statistics, but I know like week before last, it showed consecutively 250,000 jobs. 250,000 jobs being created across all sectors. And that's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of jobs. That's pretty much back there to the Bill Clinton era. But there's still some structural problems with the economy. Lots of people are not feeling it because most of those jobs are at the retail level, but it doesn't have so much to do about who's in the driver's seat of the economy. It has more to do with the global economy in general, because a lot of jobs, particularly manufacturing jobs that were around maybe 20 years ago, they're not around. They're not in the United States anyway. They're in China, they're in Brazil, they're in India, they're in all these emerging markets whereabout like labor is extremely cheap at. So what we find is that we find a lot of retail jobs, but nonetheless, they're there. Their jobs are like they are being created. One of the other things, not to go offline with this right here, but there are legislation being passed to kind of like bolster up some of these lower paying jobs and to make sure that there's a fair wage rate associated with them that is popular by many, of course, those who are in those industries, but those that are maybe like some of the upper middle class or maybe even above, they may not be all that happy with it because they feel that it's just another inhibition of the government and the economy. But by itself, I think it's a good thing because that's a new reality, and we can't have people living a subsistence wage rate whereby they barely can be able to survive.
Well, I like what you say about the global economy. And that just means to me that everything is connected, particularly on an economic level. All of the countries from all over the world, I believe. Is that correct? Is that a good way to look at it?
That's a good way of looking at it. And everything is connected today. I mean, like, if just like right now, a good example would be the United States dollar. The U.S. dollar is extremely powerful, extremely strong. Well, what that means, really, in layman terms, is that we can buy more stuff from China with our dollar. But what it means is that in China, as well in Burma, India, and any place else in the world, who basically looking at the U.S. greenback or the U.S. dollar, that dollar is not. It takes a lot more of their currency, their domestic currency, to buy U.S. goods. But what does that mean for our economy? Our economy could be a whole lot better if the dollar was not as strong. But it's one of those things whereby we have to find that happy balance. We need a strong dollar. We need a strong dollar on the world market because a strong dollar basically shows independence, and plus it also shows that that the United States. I mean, we don't want our dollar constantly up one day and down another day. But at the same time, there are other countries that don't play fair too, whereby they in an artificial way devalue their currency, and there's plenty of rumors to believe China does that, and it makes their currency a lot less, meaning that when their goods become more attractive to the United States. But in general, the U.S. dollar on the world market is pretty strong, and so those are things right there that in time our Federal Reserve will work out. But nonetheless, we are doing a lot better because we are beginning to manufacture. We have some manufacturing going on in newer industries, particularly in green industries. Then the most important thing is our standing as a leader of energy. You know, like everyone else knows, that we are if not the largest, one of the largest producers of natural gas. All these things out here bode very well for the economy. And not to mention cheap oil.
And cheap oil. Okay, we have to definitely talk about that. Well, first of all, let me just inform the folks. If you just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines, and today we have a very, very special guest with us. His name is Dr. Leroy Hines, and he is a trained economist, and I call you a current affairs specialist, in my viewpoint. And we invited you here today because we want to understand the economy a lot better than we have been in terms of reaching the folks that we, are fans of the Hair Radio Morning Show and things that they have wanted to know. But I've also wanted you here so that you could weigh in on several of these hot topics that are kind of out there in the news today. One of which is, let's say one of which is, just on a lighter note, the kind of the coverage that Rudy Giuliani is receiving for comments that he made at a recent dinner with regards to President Obama not being, I guess he intimated that he wasn't American. And this is news everywhere. And they kind of roasted him on the news talkie programs. What's your take on all of this? Or have you seen this story, and how do you weigh in?
Yes, I've seen the story. I have not watched the Talking Heads today, but I know that they're probably talking, and but I look at the implications of
they're definitely talking. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like, to me, Rudy Giuliani is destroying the Republican brand that they're trying so hard to recreate.
Mm-hmm.
The Republican brand has already been tarnished from the last presidential election when you had people like Herman Cain talking about zapping people coming over the fence, that destroying, hurting one subset of American population. That was an ugly thing to say. And when he did that, nobody took him on and told him that that's not a nice thing to say. Well, we just saw the very same thing again, where about Rudy Giuliani was referred to Barack Obama as not liking his country, and he's not what you would call one of kind of like use that term again, like almost like he's not like us. And normally when I hear that, that's a code word for you know what it is, and those are code words. The thing about it is that I want to go back and create a context for this. I remember about during the last presidential election, I forgot what John McCain was. But John McCain was somewhere in Midwest or somewhere out west, I don't know. And a lady came up to him and said, "You got to win, Senator McCain, because he's not one of us. He's an Arab. He's not one of us." He broke everything and made it very clear that he got that lady corrected and let her know that he is one of us. And he is running for president. I don't have the same ideas that Barack had. This is John McCain talking. I mean, I have the same ideas that he had. My ideas is different, but he loves his country just like I love my country. Well, that didn't happen. And the thing about it, everybody, the Republicans are trying to put forward Scott Walker of Wisconsin. And Scott Walker is supposed to be the new darling of the Republican Party. Not one iota of determining that he should take on Rudy Giuliani and check him on that. He didn't check him at all. And my concern is that it looks like it's business all over again. And, there are middle-of-the-road Republicans there, that's running. John Cusack from Ohio looked like he's going to throw his, from Ohio, he's going to throw his hat in there and probably, Jeb Bush. And already, everybody is kind of distanced himself from it because even though the Republican Party has issues, these type of issues right here, they don't need. And Rudy Giuliani, his position is nothing. He is a liability for everybody because he cannot bring nothing to the table for them other than the fact that he's Rudy Giuliani, used to be mayor of New York City. Other than that, that's it. He has nothing else to bring to the table. But when he brings this kind of baggage, it's damaging to the brand.
Well, it definitely seems that way. I mean, some are reporting that he's, kind of pandering to the Sarah Palin part of the party. They've just really kind of let him have it over this. But I want to just talk for a quick second about that governor where he was that you were just talking about, the Wisconsin governor, who really didn't so much, come out. He didn't check Rudy Giuliani on the comments. But and the only thing I could kind of figure out that he did say was that he loves his country. So that's all I could find that I've been able to ascertain on it from his position. But, it's just to say, could this be a distraction? Is this something that does it seem like somebody would just think of saying something like that? Or could there possibly be any kind of motivation? I can't figure it out. But any final thought on that?
I think pretty much what you said earlier when you said that he was pandering to maybe a constituents of maybe a Herman Cain or a Sarah Palin, somewhere in the right wing of the Republican Party, and he was trying to cater to those individuals. Because I would really hate to think that he harbors these points of view, but maybe he does. A lot of times people, it's kind of difficult for some people to accept a minority, whether it's black, Latino, or maybe even Asian. I don't know. Look, folks start at this kind of fictitious point of view about what the great America used to be. What the great America is greater now than it's ever been before. The point is that we have a lot of people and we have a lot more inclusion. And a lot of people don't like that, and believe me, and it's at all levels of American society. You got some folks that just cannot accept that. And I do believe that Rudy Giuliani may have always had those points of views. He's just been able to harbor them very well. I've seen when he was mayor of the city, I've saw some things that he's done. The Rudy Giuliani, and I'm going to kind of temporally correlate something, and it's always dangerous temporally correlating something. But if you look at the New York Police Department right this moment, and you look at their attitude towards the current mayor, because the current mayor said pretty much what the top cop, the FBI, head of the FBI said about being African American walking down the street and the chances of being pulled over. Well, what it is that Mayor Giuliani, the police department enjoyed Mayor Giuliani because a lot of those tactics and a lot of the ideas was basically honed up under Rudy Giuliani.
Well, that's true, but we also must say, and the gentleman who runs the New York, the chief of police today, was also a part of that atmosphere. So it is a little strange, though, to have him back. The chief of police who was out in Boston and so forth. It's a little odd to have him back and at the helm. But I'll tell you something. Moving over to he was America's mayor. So I don't know what to kind of characterize it all now at this point. I really don't. But hey, I do want to get you to weigh in on how do you feel about this? I mean, I was just reading about the Malcolm X. This is like the 50th anniversary of the loss of Malcolm X. What do you have any thoughts on that, or in your circles has there been any kind of talk about this?
This morning when I woke up, and I said to myself, what is today? Because I remembered that I was supposed to remember today for a reason. Then I said today is the 50th anniversary of the assassination of Malik al-Haq Shabazz, affectionately known as Malcolm X. The thing is that CNN had done a special, and I saw some of the special. It was recorded. I saw some of the special, and look, I give them an A+ for putting it out there. I don't know whether it was Anderson Cooper. It's always tough trying to really tell someone's story. It's always tough because somebody's going to always have something to really gripe about. But I do believe that there was some. I think it's great getting it out there. I think the younger generation should become familiar with Malcolm X, but I do think the story should be told correctly because they were always trying to make it seem as though there was this competition between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, when in reality there was not. Matter of fact, both were on journeys, and Martin Luther King was on a journey he was on a journey to basically understand that, yes, it's about civil rights, but it's also about human rights, and it's also about the root of capital, too, about corporations and things like that. The Vietnam War was not just a war we decided we wanted to go into and beat up the Vietnamese because the French got their nose bloodied by them. The Vietnam War was a war based on imperialism and corporate greed in a sense. We wanted that. We wanted Vietnam like we wanted any place else, so we can be able to dump our goods and services as a capitalist country. So Martin Luther King finally came to that, and he made that speech. That's his greatest speech, not the "I Had a Dream" speech, but nobody knows that. And and it was it was in Harlem at an African Episcopal Church. Can't remember, but please, I'll check on that and give that to you for your listeners for a later date. That was probably his greatest speech. What about in the case of Malcolm X's journey was going the other way? He realized that this is not, yes, though he was a Muslim, and yes, he understood the difference between what it meant to be a traditional Sunni Muslim versus a member of, at that particular time, the Nation of Islam, and he journeyed towards it, but his political points of views also changed. And he realized that this is not about black and white or anything, it's about anybody who he could reach out to help them change. And him and Martin Luther King, actually, they met only once, and it was in 1965, months before he was killed. And I still remember that Martin Luther King, I don't literally remember, but I heard it over and over, where Martin Luther King said that it fills the air with a sigh of melancholy to think that one of us may not be here today. And it just turned out to be Martin Luther King, and 3 years later it was him.
That's right.
So I think so I give CNN a C+ for at least trying to get it out there. But I do think that it's important that the younger generation tune in and chime in and get an idea of this whole debate, because Malcolm X basically is embodiment not only of the Black Power movement, but also the human rights movement, but also family values.
So where are we today with, with these legacies, and particularly his legacy? And many of the things that he espoused and, can be applied today. Doesn't, some folks say, doesn't seem like a whole lot's changed. But have we moved forward, significantly? What do you say?
You want me to tell you? It depends on what you're looking at. I mean, a lot of times there are poverty indicators out there that show that we still have poverty, but in general, we have improved a great deal. And I don't want to sound like I'm naive or anything like that. We still have issues. We still have, as Marvin Gaye said in Inner City Blues, we still have trigger-happy polices out there killing our black men, and we do have racism out there. But in spite of all of that, we've overcome. We've actually have we've actually, not to mention that we have a black president, but we also have other young individuals that are out there that African American as well as Latinos that got very good ideas, that own their own businesses and stuff like that. And we even have in Silicon Valley a group of African Americans that are techno that's putting out their own products and stuff. So we have come a long way to some extent. But on the other side, like when I mentioned poverty, I look at the situation of Ferguson. I look at the lack of voting and things like that. These are the kind of things that breed some of the racism that we have out there, but our lack of getting involved. And part of it has to do with the fact of miseducation in terms of what it means to be involved. Some people feel that, if I get involved in understanding the politics and running and voting for a mayor here, it's not going to be any good, and it's going to be the same thing over and over. No, it won't. You probably more than likely, if you did in a situation like in Ferguson, you probably, or Flint, Michigan, you probably see a lot more black police officers if you did get involved. You won't basically be sidelined. And, but these are the kind of things right here that we still need to work on. In addition to, we need to look at our family structure at home. And we need to do a little bit more. A lot of times, we know who the hellraisers are out there in the street. We know exactly who they are. And we still sometimes allow that to happen. And as a parent, we need to rein them in. We need to basically start teaching them the right thing, making sure that, that if they're 10, 12 years old, they shouldn't be hanging out at night, riding around on stolen cars and stuff like that. So these are the things, right? I don't want to beat it like a dead horse, because you heard these things before Bill Cosby had mentioned them. Like you've heard Barack Obama mention them. You heard even Clinton mention them. I mean, many people. We know who the issues are in our neighborhood, and we need to take responsibility for it, and we need to clean it up.
And it's time to do that, it sounds like. Speaking of our own, speaking of our own neighborhoods and our own communities, and to a large degree, you do have the individuals out there who are trying to establish their own businesses, who are trying to make sure that their families are taken care of, and who are trying to contribute to, civically on a positive level. But I would like it if you could speak to, just to turn a little bit over to, giving positive words of encouragement to those who are trying to develop a business. We were talking about the economy earlier. Some say it's a great time to start a business. We have a lot of hairstylists and barbers and folks out there with product companies and all of that. So I'm sure that they would like to hear any which way you want to weigh in on, in terms of business and getting a business going and anything like that you want to speak to.
I'll tell you like this, Gary. It's always a great time to start a business, especially in hair. Hair is hair. Somebody once said, hair today, gone tomorrow. There's always going to be some hair from someplace. And the thing about it is that the hair industry is a thriving industry. And, I live in Atlanta, and they have the hair show there, and I look at exactly how thriving this business is. And, to me, but not just hair, it's any business. Take the chance. Right. It's great to be an entrepreneur. Don't ever worry about failing. I mean, look, This may require another show to talk about this. But what you go and you Google and you get your business plan together. You get first of all, you got your idea, put it together in a business plan, and just go for it. Don't ever be afraid. And believe me, you'd be surprised as far as what you can do. And this economy right now, although it's picking up and it's doing a lot better. Actually, it's probably doing better than it has done in the last, I would say, maybe 12, 13 years. But at the same time, what you want to do is make sure that especially some of you who may have like jobs that seem to not be going any place, take that chance. Take your dream. Run with it. Don't be afraid.
I like that. And the fact that it seems that, entrepreneurs are, to me, the secret weapon of the country, I think, of the government. I think that if we develop a lot more of, in terms of entrepreneurship, I think we can put a whole lot more people to work and make those numbers rise even better.
Absolutely. Entrepreneurship is the backbone of this economy or of the country. I mean, because it's the smaller businesses that basically generate the exchange in the community, and if you will. And so it's very important. And a lot of times, a lot of people look at it and they hear the talking heads on television say, oh, the economy is this and the job rate is this and that rate. Take the chance. The reason why is that like what they're talking about is what they're talking about. If you have a product and people want it, and particularly in the hair industry, everybody gets their hair done. I don't get my hair done, but I get my hair cut every 2 weeks. And, sometimes maybe every week if I figure that I need to. But the thing about it is that the exchange that occurs in it is at a greater velocity. And it generates a lot of money in there. So definitely in the hair industry, but in general, whatever your dream is, if you think that you go jogging all the time, you think you're in the fitness, pick up some books and understand it a little bit more. Get the technical aspect of it, and then try to become a fitness coach. I mean, you cannot just sit by anymore and just let things pass you by, let opportunity pass you by. Dreams that may seem to be silly, just like this guy who invented the thing that he sold to Bill and Howell to sit in a car and hold a telephone. I remember a couple of years ago when this person first had invented that, he sold it to Bill and Howell. Now, Bill and Howell, I see commercials on. I wonder how much money they're getting paid for that.
Well, that's amazing.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called, but I'm sure your listeners will know when they hear me talk about this. And, what it is that you got to run with it. You cannot be afraid to fail. If you don't take a chance, you won't get a chance. Simple as that.
Well, I have to say, if you guys have just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. We're very pleased today to welcome Dr. Leroy Hines with us. And he's been, he is a trained economist. We do want to let everybody know that, in case you haven't been able to figure that out. But he's also been weighing in on several different topics for us today. Now, I want to just take a moment to say, in full disclosure, again, Dr. Leroy Hines is my brother. And I have to say, I'm so happy to have you with us today for so many different reasons. But and just to give the folks just a little bit of a taste of what it was like to grow up with somebody who was just so extraordinarily profound in so many different ways. And I certainly remember, just on a quick personal note, being in high school and having to do a report on the Falkland Islands. Now, that I've probably given away way too much in the way of my age, but I thought it would be great to share with everybody. And I remember asking you for your, just off the top of your head, you didn't really know what I was going to do a story on, and you gave me such insight, and I was able to get up in front of my class at that time and do an extraordinary report that they were wondering who my sources were that I never have revealed until today. So I want to say thank you so much for helping me to get an A in that class. I don't know if I ever thanked you officially.
Yeah, it's an honor. And let me just say this also. Yes, for all of our South American listeners out there, he meant the Mount Venus Islands for you guys.
That's right. Islas Mount Venus. That's right.
In there.
Yes, that's right.
And that was the right name of it. It was Islas Malvinas for them. That's right. Wow, you see how good you taught me? Well, listen, folks, I'm on that note, I want to say thank you so very much again to Dr. Leroy Hines for being with us. I just want to let everybody know that you can go to hairradio.com, our website. We're going to put a page up for Dr. Hines, and you can certainly go there and read much more about him and some of the interesting things. And he's got some pictures that he's sharing exclusively with us from Hair Radio. So I want to thank you again for being with us. And did you have any last comments or any shout-outs that you wanted to share?
Well, what I would like to say to everyone is continue to stay positive and keep it moving. Keep it moving. And again, don't let no one stop your stride.
Wow. On that note, thanks again for being with us. Folks, keep it right here. There's a lot more of the Hair Radio Show to come. Stay with us.
Imagine seeing him on the town, holding another hand. She's staring me down, so I figured that he told her who I am. But it don't matter either way, what they do or say, 'cause ain't nothing changed. He's standing with her, but his soul is calling out my name. In my mind, I'll always be his lady. In my mind, I'll always be his girl. Saw his mama just the other day, and he'd been through a spell. Had a bad breakup, thinks he's on his way up, it's hard to tell. She said, I think it do some good if you call him every now and then. You see, it's been through some things, and I'm thinking he could really use a friend. In my mind, I'll always be your lady. Always be in my mind. They say if you love something, you've got to let it go. And if it comes back, then it means so much more. But if it never does, at least you will know that it was something you had to go through to grow.
Now on sale, The Meeting Place, authored by Walter Allen Scott. The Meeting Place is an exciting, hot new release that takes the reader inside the world of today's barbershop. For the first time, be a fly on the wall and listen in to the truths that are being revealed that you won't be able to put down. It'll grab your attention from page one. The Meeting Place. Buy your personal autographed copy today, exclusively online at walterallenscott.com.
Well, Madam C.J. Walker, most everyone has heard of her. And because when I'm in a crowd of, let's say, 1,000 people, and I ask, how many here of Madam C.J. Walker? And hands go up everywhere. She's an incredible person. She fought against lynching. She gave money for fighting against lynching. She went to Washington, D.C. to help create legislation against lynching. She was a woman of great character who helped to develop entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. And yet, the question I generally have in a situation like that is, okay, what well did she draw her water from? What shoulders did she stand on to become who she was? And so I bumped into Annie Malone. And hardly in that same crowd of 1,000 people, you might have 99% of the folks raising their hand about Annie Malone, about Madam C.J. Walker, but then you might have 3 or 4 people saying they know who Annie Malone is.
Right.
So I figured I'm going to make it part of my life mission is to help people know about who Annie Malone is.
Yes.
Because she
was...
was...
Yes, go ahead. Go right ahead, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. She was...
Oh, no. She was an incredible person. She was actually... she trained up over 75,000 women entrepreneurs. She trained Madam C.J. Walker in 1905, and Madam C.J. Walker became a Poro agent, because that was the name of her college, Poro College. She built this beautiful building in St. Louis, Missouri, 4 stories high. It looks. I have an original book that people can get off Amazon if they go to porocollege.com. And Poro College, it's just very simple. The first word is 4 letters. Poro, P as in Paul, O as in ocean, R as in Ralph, O as in ocean, Poro, like P-O-R-O, college.com. And they'll see this building, and then they'll also see a booklet that she published back in 1926. And a part of my Black History collection, I have an original one of those 1926 booklets. There's very few of them around. And when you open up the booklet, the first thing you start looking at is how incredible this building is. It's like it's straight. If I just showed you a picture of some of the rooms, you would swear it's out of Wall Street, New York. And this particular building was a building where she trained up, as I mentioned, over 75,000 women entrepreneurs, who she gave cash awards to for saving accounts or home purchases. She gave a diamond ring to them after 5 years of service. Her philanthropy toward them and toward others was legendary. And this building is just an incredible place that she created for this. She owned a whole city block in Chicago. She paid, imagine this, 1926 alone, she paid over $40,000 in taxes. Just think about that.
Amazing.
One of the first people in the entire state of Missouri to own a Rolls Royce. And
so who was actually the very first self-made female African-American millionaire? Was it Annie Malone, or was it, I mean, not that it, is something we should, compare on any level, but I'm just curious because I've always grown up thinking it was Madam C.J. Walker with all of her, things and accomplishments.
From all the research I've done, if I were a betting man, and I'm not a gambling man, but if I were, I'd bet the farm that Annie Malone was the first millionaires of African descent, female millionaires in the country.
And that's what I'm getting.
Timing.
Why? How on this earth? I try to figure this out as well. How did? And I love both. And
there's no comparison. They both are wonderful. Yes.
Absolutely.
And that's not even part of the discussion here.
Right, exactly. But how on this earth did Madam C.J. Walker take all the things that she learned, which I'm sure was a wonderful tribute to Annie Malone, and seems that it seems like we only remember or know of the accomplishments of the student as opposed to the teacher.
I think a lot of it had to do with Annie Malone. What happened is that she ended up getting married in, I think it was 1924-ish, right around there. And what happened is that after she got married, her husband, he was not a very good man. And he caused such incredible problems for her that I just shake my head. And felt that he was due so much more than and they ended up getting divorced. Let me put it that way.
Wow.
And from that point on, what happened is her business became. She was if you look at her building and everything that she did, it was incredible, impeccable, clean. It was orderly. It was. You could see the record system she had. My point being is that this was an incredible person. But after the wedding, then what happened is that he began to sabotage everything. And she never recovered. Then the IRS got involved, and she never recovered from that at all. Here's a college that employed in 1926 175 people with franchise outlets in North America, South America, Africa, the Philippines. A wealthy, wealthy woman, and then at the end of her life, she pretty much dies destitute. All that's left right now is the orphanage, the Annie Malone orphanage, that was a facility on Good Avenue. I don't know if you remember the song "Johnny Be Good" by Chuck Berry.
Yes.
He grew up on Good Avenue, right around the corner, and that's where the spelling Johnny Be Good, Goode, in the song, it comes from that Good Avenue.
All the time, I thought it was just Johnny Be Good, Good. So
yes, Goode. If you look it up on the internet, you'll see that's how it's spelled.
Wow.
And he later became a beautician under the Poro system.
Well, I want to thank you for being with us on the Hair Radio Morning Show on this Wednesday, April 29th. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning. We've got great guests lined up, and Marlo Hampton will be with us. Join us. Have a great day. Make it a great Wednesday. And again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, you invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be for me. And the card that would say thank you for being a friend. And if you threw a party, you invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be for me. And the card that would say thank you for being a friend.